Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda Radhe. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai, Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Yugadalma Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramsa Parivrajita Shishima Abhay Charanaranda Bhaktivedanta Manor Shri Prabhupada Ki Shri Guru Parampara Ki Shri Iskon Guru Vrinda Ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Shri Rupa Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Ji Jiva Gopal Bhakti Das Raghunath Shad Goswami Prabhu Ki Prem se Kao Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopakapinath Shyama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Shri Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadip Mayapur Dham Ki Ganga Maya Munamai Ki Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Yuga Dharma Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanandi. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled. All glories to Shri Shri and Gauranga. All glories to Shiva.
Okay. You can play, right?
Yeah.
Hare Krishna, please sit down. We'll complete the Aarti with Narasimha prayers. We'll do prayers for Lord Narasimha, the half lion, half man incarnation of Lord Krishna. Namaste Narasimhaya, Namaste Aya Praladaladaine Praladine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilatankanakalaye Shilatankanakalaye Ito nasenho Parato nasenho ito sinho parato nasenho yato yamitato nasenho yato nasenho bahir nasenho hridaye nasenho bahir nasenho Ye Narasimha Narasimham Adim Sharanam Prapade Singham Adim
Nam papade tava kara kamala vare nakam adbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipu tanu bringam keshavadilta narahari rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamala Vare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadeta Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj 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 Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Lord Shri Narasimha Bhagwan ki Jai Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki Jai Jagat Guru Shri Prabhupada ki Jai Nitai Go Premanande Hari Hari Bol Hare Krishna. Thank you all for attending the Aarti. The Prasadam will be now served in the Haveli as you go out. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnavangscha Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sagana Raghunathan Nitang Tang Sajivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanvitam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami Bhagavan ki jai, Ananda Koti Vaishnavindra ki jai, Najarti Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai, Prince Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Krishna Govinath Sam Kunda Radha Kunda Girijavardhan ki jai, Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Navadvip Dham ki jai, गंगा माई की जय, यमुना माई की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की jai. Swami Bhaktivedanta ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Thank you very much. Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान् सगण ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद भजते कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Vam Sajivam Shadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana. And now for the mic.
When you turn it here?
No, it's on already.
Huh?
It's on.
Yeah, no, put it here.
It's on.
Yeah, no, do it here. You do it here or normally you have to do it here.
Yeah, no, it's on. Yeah, but you do it on this.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I started to do it down.
Hare Krishna. Welcome everyone to the evening Bhaktivedanta Manor Bhagavad Gita class. We'll begin with a short kirtan. It's easy to follow, so you can repeat after me. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Jamuna Tira Banachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Patita Pavana Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ki, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ji ki, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Welcome everyone once again to the Bhagavad Gita class. And today we are going to discuss from the chapter 9, which is called the most confidential knowledge. So we have so many chapters in Bhagavad Gita describing Dhyana Yoga, Karma Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. And right in the middle of this, Krishna has said, this is the most confidential knowledge. Consider this from the example of an OTP or a password. Are you comfortable sharing it with everyone? No. You only share it with those who are close to you, whom you can trust, whom, those who are really, really intimate relations to you. And this is how most confidential knowledge is being imparted by Krishna to his devotee Arjun. And we are very fortunate to be here in front of Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda and be discussing this chapter and this verse 18 from this chapter. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So the text is also on the screen. Gatir bharta prabhu sakshi nivasah sharanam suhurt. You can repeat after me. Gatir bharta prabhu sakshi nivasa saranam suhurt. Prabhavaha pralaya sthanam nidhanam bija avyayam. Prabhavaha pralaya sthanam nidhanam bijam avyayam. Gati, goal. Bharta, sustainer. Prabhu, Lord. Sakshi, witness. Nivasa, abode. Sharanam, refuge. Suhurt, most intimate friend. Prabhava, creation. Pralaya, dissolution. Sthanam, ground. Nidhanam, resting place. Bijam, seed. Avyayam, imperishable. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place, and the eternal seed. Purport. Gati means the destination where we want to go. But the ultimate goal is Krishna, although people do not know it. One who does not know Krishna is misled, and his so-called progressive march is either partial or hallucinatory. There are many who make as their destination different demigods, and by their rigid performance of the strict respective methods, they reach different planets known as Chandralok, Suryalok, Indralok, Maharlok, etc. But all such lokas or planets, being creations of Krishna, are simultaneously Krishna and not Krishna. Such planets, being manifestations of Krishna's energy, are also Krishna, but actually they serve only as a step forward for realization of Krishna. To approach different energies of Krishna is to approach Krishna indirectly. One should directly approach Krishna, for that will save time and energy. For example, if there is a possibility of going to the top of a building by the help of an elevator, why should one go by the staircase, step by step? Everything is resting on Krishna's energy. Therefore, without Krishna's shelter, nothing can exist. Krishna is the supreme ruler because everything belongs to him and everything exists on his energy. Krishna, being situated in everyone's heart, is the supreme witness. The residences, countries, or planets on which we live are also Krishna. Krishna is the ultimate goal of shelter, and therefore one should take shelter of Krishna either for protection or for annihilation of his distress. And whenever we have to take protection, we should know that our protection must be a living force. Krishna is the supreme living entity. And since Krishna is the source of our generation, or the Supreme Father, no one can be a better friend than Krishna, nor can anyone be a better well-wisher. Krishna is the original source of creation and the ultimate rest after annihilation. Krishna is therefore the eternal cause of all causes. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Before we begin to discuss this purport and verse, we should invoke the blessings and presence of our spiritual master. Om Ajnanatimidandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Namom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we just saw what's the context of this verse which we're going to discuss today. And it's from chapter 9 called Most Confidential Knowledge. Krishna calls this confidential knowledge as Raj Vidya Raj Guhyam. That means it's the most secretive knowledge. We looked at the example of how we are not very comfortable discussing our most secretive elements of life, and something as ordinary as OTP or password also we are not very comfortable sharing with everyone, and why should we in first place? In the previous verses before the 18th one, there was a progression of how Krishna delineates himself as that I am the sacrifice, I am all the Vedas, the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda. But in this verse, he gets even more personal. In India, when the marriage is arranged by the families, they exchange the biodata of the prospective groom and bride. And it is believed that whichever family sends the biodata first, that family is more excited for this match to happen. In this verse, Krishna is telling about himself in this chapter, that I am Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, I am the sacrifice. And now in this verse, he says, I am the goal, the sustainer, I'm even your best friend. So Krishna is so eager to tell about himself. What does that tell us about Krishna? That he's so anxious for us to turn to him. Just as we discussed the example in India as the family, whichever family sends the biodata first, it's assumed that that family is more excited for this match to happen. So Krishna is giving his biodata, look, this is who I am, this is how I act, and this is how I function. Oh, everything. He's not keeping anything secretive. On one hand, there's this book right in front of us. So there's actually nothing secretive about it. But still, he calls it secretive because it also depends who's the receiver of this knowledge. And now let's look at the 12 things that Krishna says he is in this verse. He says, I am the goal, sustainer, master, witness, abode, refuge, most dear friend, creation, annihilation, basis of everything, resting place, eternal seed. Wow, that's a lot. First thing that he says is, I am Gati. That means I am the destination or the goal. Years ago in 1960s, Srila Prabhupada was thinking that Srimad Bhagavatam is such a vast text. There are 18,000 verses. And if somebody misses on the opportunity of reading all 12 cantos of Bhagavatam, all 18,000 verses, then how that person is to understand the crux of it? So he thought, let me give a crux of all of that, especially from the 10th canto, into one book. And that's called Krishna book. How many of you have that book? Krishna book? Yeah? Krishna book. But unfortunately at that time, he did not have enough means to publish that book. So he told one of his disciples, Shyam Sundar Prabhu, His Grace Shyam Sundar Prabhu, to reach out to George Harrison. George Harrison was a very popular musician. And he was so popular to the degree that on his birthday, George Harrison used to receive a truck loaded with letters and greetings just to greet him on his birthday. This is how George Harrison was so popular. And Shyam Sundar Prabhu thought that if I reach out to such a popular celebrity, he must be receiving these requests for donations all the time. So he had this inhibition about, but still his spiritual master had instructed him to do so, so he went ahead with it. And then he met George Harrison at his home. After a good talk, Shyam Sundar Prabhu thought, okay, now probably is the right time and I should say what Srila Prabhupada has told me, that we need donations to print this book. And when he said that, George Harrison was considering saying no. And just as he thought he would say no, all the lights in the house went off. And George Harrison thought, well, that's Krishna's sign, I shouldn't say no. And within a moment, the lights came back, and George Harrison said yes. Why am I telling you about this in this context? Next thing what Srila Prabhupada said was, now go to George Harrison and tell him if he can write a foreword to this book. Now the devotees were even more anxious that we have already requested him for donations and we were awkward at doing that. Now to ask him to write the foreword to this book, and also he's not staying very close with us. How much does he know about this Krishna conscious philosophy? So they were not very comfortable. Still they went ahead with it because their spiritual master had instructed them to do so. And now I'm going to read out the first line of this foreword which George Harrison happily wrote for this book. George Harrison said, everybody is looking for Krishna. Some don't realize that they are, but they are. So this is why I talked about the foreword of this book, because it takes us back to assessing what our goal of life is. I want you to think about those times in your life when you wanted to attain a certain goal, and by Lord's arrangement, by your endeavor, all of that happened. But did it give you that eternal fulfillment, contentment, even after you attained that goal? Did it happen? No. Then we have another goal. Yeah? And why is our tendency to chase goal after goal after goal? Because Srila Prabhupada says we are trapped in the material nature. And because of that, we think that any material advancement is the perfection of life. This is called Puna Punas Charvita Charvananam. Chewing the chewed. You think now I'm going to derive pleasure, but then again, it's the same thing. So we need to assess the goal. As George Harrison said, everyone's looking for Krishna. Some realize that they are and some don't. We can also look at the example of Dhruv Maharaj. How many of you have heard of Dhruv Maharaj? Yeah? And what's so special about him? when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to visit Gadadhar Pandit, he used to listen to the pastimes from Srimad Bhagavatam from him. And he would be very keen to listen to two pastimes in particular. They were of Prahlad Maharaj and Dhruv Maharaj. Can you guess why? Anything similar in both of them? Prahlad Maharaj and Dhruv Maharaj? Yes. Both were children. Both were children, and both have set the example for us to follow, to do bhakti right from the beginning. What kind of flowers do we offer to Krishna? We offer the fresh flowers. Then why are we waiting? That, okay, one day when all of these goals that I'm thinking actually are the goals of my life, and they are attained, then I'm going to begin with bhakti. Anyway, so we come back to the example of Dhruv Maharaj, and then he was chastised heavily by his stepmother for one simple thing that he did, and that was to just simply sit on the lap of his father. And then his mother, he was very angry about this, and his mother consoled him and suggested that he go to the forest and do austerity and think about Lord Narayan. And this 5-year-old boy, he's so determined. He goes to the forest, does the austerity for such a long time, and finally gets the darshan of the Lord. Upon taking the darshan of the Lord, let's also think about why Dhruv Maharaj went to the forest. He had a goal in mind now, and that goal was, my stepmother has chastised me so badly for sitting on the lap of my father. Now I'm going to have a kingdom greater than my great-grandfather. This was the goal with which he set out to do these austerities in the forest. But he had a change of goal, and there were two elements that led to this change of the goal. One was he was chanting the holy names of the Lord, which we also can do all the time. We can say Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And he had the guidance of his spiritual master, Narad Muni. That changed the goal. And when did he realize this? The holy name, of course, started to work immediately. So he takes the darshan of the Lord, and then what does he say? What does Dhruv Maharaj say? That, my dear Lord, I was looking for the broken pieces of glass. And now when I see you, I realize that you are the real jewel. You are the real diamond. So this is how, dear devotees, we are always negotiating this dilemma. On one hand, we can chase after the material sense gratification, which is like the sharp pieces of glass, which can temporarily feel like they are our goals. But remember, in the longer run, they can make you bleed and suffer. On the other hand, you have the devotional service, and that's the real diamond. And that diamond is the love for Krishna. Second thing that Krishna says he is in this verse is that he is the maintainer. We know there are so many species of life that exist. And only one species of life, that is apparently the civilized species of life, that is negotiating with the difficulty of economic problem. There's no other species of life that has the economic problem. Yeah? The ants, the elephants, the lions, they're not in the drudgery of 9 to 5. Who's looking after them? Probably we should think about that. Who's maintaining their children? So that is how Krishna is maintaining everyone. And now let's kind of flip it. Think about, what if we strive to satisfy this maintainer? What will happen? In Mahabharata, there's one pastime wherein when Draupadi and her husbands are in the exile and they have a visitor. But just before they had this visitor, they had finished honoring prasadam. They just finished having their dinner, lunch, and now they had the visitor. And the visitor is Durvasha Muni, who is known to get enraged pretty quickly. Yeah, but is also a very powerful and pious sage. And now Draupadi just has one grain of rice left. And she's Draupadi. She knows how to take refuge. She knows how to call out to Krishna. And right there, when she's a pure devotee, Krishna is standing right in front of her at the window. And then she offers that grain to Krishna. And as soon as Krishna accepts it, Durvasa Muni, even without taking darshan of the prasadam, he is satisfied. All his disciples who came along with him, they are satisfied. Srila Prabhupada says, if you make Krishna smile once, the whole universe is satisfied. So we can see how Krishna did that actually for Draupadi. Third thing that Krishna says, well, actually I'm going to combine third and fourth together. He says, I am the master and witness, that I am Prabhu and Sakshi. I am the master and witness. How is he the witness? Ishvara sarva bhutanam hrideshe arjuna trishtati. This is what he says in Bhagavad Gita 18.61. That he has accompanied us in the form of Paramatma. He has not left any of the entity. I've got a 3-year-old son. Can I leave him alone for even 1 hour in my apartment? I can't do that. How can Krishna leave us alone? He has accompanied us in the form of Paramatma in our hearts. Just that we don't know how to talk to him. Just that we don't feel his company because we are seeking company elsewhere and of everyone else. So this is how, and as Paramatma, he is witnessing everything that we are doing. Sometimes we may think that, okay, nobody is watching me. Krishna is always watching you. Also in the form of deity, he is witnessing. How many of you have heard the example of Sakshi Gopal, the pastime of Sakshi Gopal? Yeah? What does Krishna do there? Yeah. So there was this, in short, there was this pact between an older Brahmana and a younger Brahmana, both of whom were devotees of the Lord. And younger Brahmana had rendered service to the older Brahmana. And older Brahmana was so happy about his selfless service that he says that I'm going to give the hand of my daughter in marriage to you. And the younger Brahmana says, well, who is going to believe that? And they were at that point of time in front of the Gopal deity. And then the younger Brahmana says, I think we should take Krishna as the witness. And in the end, when nobody was believing the younger Brahmana, for some situation, older Brahmana had to hold back from saying the truth. Not because he had any ill intention at heart. Vaishnava is par dukha dukhi. He was told by his family, the older Brahmana was told by his family that if you agree to this match, if you actually give your daughter to this poor Brahmana, then the wife says, I'm going to poison myself, so don't do that. So how could have older Brahmana caused harm to someone else's life? So this is why he keeps quiet. And the younger Brahmana finds himself in the trouble of how to make everyone believe that this is what actually happened. And this deity of Krishna actually came all the way to the village where these two Brahmanas were and bore witness to this exchange, this dealing. Srila Prabhupada says that some say, okay, the moral of this pastime is that we should always speak the truth. That's there. We have to be honest. And there are so many learnings from the character of both the Brahmanas. But mainly, Srila Prabhupada says, it's how Krishna becomes so willing to intervene when it's about the dealings of his devotees. And this is how Krishna is the witness all the time. And what kind of master is he? We've heard that he is the controller of everything. But is he controlling? What do I mean by controlling here? When we are given control of something, we tend to get controlling about it. But Krishna is not like that. As a creator, when we create something, immediately if I paint something, I immediately put my name under it and say that this painting is by Siddheshwari Devidasi. But Krishna gave his creation for us to enjoy. Also accompanied us. So even though he's the controller, but he doesn't take away our independence. So he gives two things as a master. As a master, he gives us the independence. And we can see that in Bhagavad Gita. After giving all the instructions, what does Krishna say to Arjun? Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ki. After giving all the instructions to Arjun, he says, Yat techasi tatha kuru. He gives Arjun the independence. I've told you everything. Now you do as you like. Imagine, he's the controller and yet he's giving Arjun that independence. But with the independence as a master, he also gives us the instruction. Right after this verse, this was 1863, and in 1866, just 3 verses after that, because he is so concerned, he also gives the instruction saying, Sarva dharman paritajya mamekam sharanam vraja. That give up all your doubts, your fears, all religions that you think religion is, and hold on to my feet. So this is how he is as a master. Then he says in this verse that he is also Nivasaha. That means abode. Let's consider an example. If in our house someone comes, a stranger comes, starts to live in your house, doesn't pay the bills, yeah, and he's not answering you, he's not even talking to you, how would you feel? You'll feel encroached. You'll feel so angry about that. Who's this person? Yeah? This universe, Krishna, as I said, as a creator, he gave us this creation. But we never turn to him to even say thank you. But we can take inspiration from Srila Prabhupada. How? He built not just one abode, but so many abodes called ISKCON, so that everyone can live in them and then start to turn to Krishna. This is very simple to understand. Suppose there's a father who has 3 children, and he brings candies for them. The first one takes the candies from the father. The second one takes the candies from the father and says thank you. The third one, before taking the candies, says, Father, why don't you have it first? And I can have it. Who do you think is the best? Third one. The second one at least has the gratitude, so that's a nice place to be. And the third one is offering it to the Father first. And this is gratitude in action. So this is how we can offer everything to Krishna. Even if you buy a pen, offer it to Krishna. Even if it's your garments, offer it to Krishna. Your abode, you can think about it as not your abode, but Krishna's abode, and live in it with a consciousness of how can I please the master of this abode. We can begin with that. Then he says that I'm the refuge, Sharanam. Shastras are replete with the examples of heroes who know how to take refuge. We just looked at the example of Dhruv Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj. We know how many. We had Narasimha Chaturdashi yesterday. And we saw how many times Prahlad Maharaj was put through the tortures. And he knew what was so heroic about Prahlad Maharaj. What is so heroic about Draupadi? That these heroes know how to duck when there is a war. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj gives a very poignant example in this regard. He says that during world wars, the places that were most crowded were the ones that were underground, such as underground tube stations, of course, the bunkers, yeah? And why is that? Because that's what is heroic to do. If there is a missile coming, you wouldn't be right out on the street. You would take refuge. You would take shelter. You would call out to Krishna. So this is what it means to take refuge. Knowing that we are so limited. What is it that we can do on our own? The fact that I'm sitting here, able to talk to you, read from this, all of this is supplied by Krishna. The moment Krishna wills it, it's gone. So what is it that we can actually do on our own? It's all given by Krishna. So to survive, we duck. We know how to take refuge and take shelter. And then he says, I am the Suhurt, the most dear friend and well-wisher. It is said that there are three kinds of friends. One is a Bandha, another is a Mitra, and another is Suhurt. The first one is kind of an official friendship, like you go to a grocery store and every time you exchange a hi with the grocer, and that's how you develop a relationship, but it's only limited to that every time you go to the grocery store. It doesn't go beyond that. The second type of friendship is Mitra. Mitra is the kind of relationships that you spend more time with in the material world. And still the third one is Suhurt. That means the real friend. The friend of all friends. And that is Krishna. Now let's look at the characteristics of Suhurt. How to know that somebody is a Suhurt? First, he knows you better than you know yourself. How many times it has happened in our lives that we thought I know myself. And then 5 years after that, you realize in hindsight how stupid I was. And that goes on. Are we really mature at any stage of life? No. But there is one person, supreme person, our Suhurt, our best friend. He knows you better than you know yourself. So that is the first thing. Second, he knows what you need better than you do. Think of yourselves as pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. So these pieces, they might feel as, hypothetically, just for a moment, think of yourself as a jigsaw puzzle, and you might not be very comfortable being put against another jigsaw puzzle piece. And you're complaining about it. I don't think this is the right place where I should be. Or I don't think this is where I should be, as per my understanding. But does the jigsaw puzzle piece have more understanding or its maker? Its maker. He knows the full picture. So he knows what to give to you. And the third thing is, he knows how to give it to you and in such a way that you can receive it. So he also knows the means to send it to you, and he also knows that, this is the perfect timing for this person to receive it. And he does so by two things. One is indirectly, through his material energy. You have certain desires, and you might think that, you have caused it to manifest in a certain way, and Krishna then supplies it because he feels fit at this moment that, you're the right recipient and in this time. And another is directly. And how does he do it directly? By sending his direct representative in the form of a spiritual master. His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj once said, there is a way to know who's your friend. And that is, if that friend tells you that your friend is Krishna. Yeah? And once Srila Prabhupada, he was sitting with the devotees and he pointed out to Krishna, saying that he is your best friend. The devotees said, no, Srila Prabhupada, you are our best friend. Srila Prabhupada said, I can disappoint you, but Krishna will never do that. But again, let's go back to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj's statement. He said, that person is your best friend who tells you that Krishna is your best friend. Now that we know the characteristics of the Suhurt, now that we know that this is how Krishna knows who you are better than you do, Krishna knows what to give you, and Krishna knows how to give it to you and in a way that you can receive it. Now let's see how can we deepen our friendship with Krishna, the Suhurt that we have just spoken about. Srila Rupa Goswami recommends, Dadati pratigrhati guhyam akhyati prachati bhunke bhojyanti chaiva sadvidham priti lakshanam. So he gives these 6 exchanges. The first one is giving, offering. And Krishna gives the example of trees. He calls out his friends. He says, look at these trees, and we must learn something from them. And that is how to give. He says, one should give with praner arther dhiya vacha. Praner is your life. So now when we are talking about how to deepen our friendship with Krishna, we should think about how we can make, even if it is broken, how we can turn this life into an offering, even though a broken offering. Some rounds chanted attentively, some rounds not so attentively, some days very enthusiastic. But still, if we have the intention, then at least that offering can go to Krishna. And we can pray that accept this offering of life, my dear Krishna. Second was wealth. How do you earn wealth? You give your life to earn wealth. You give all your energy, your intention, your time, your due attention to earning that. And if not all of it, because you have to maintain the family that's given to you by Krishna, you also can make donations. Then, dhiya, intelligence. If not that, not everyone would be comfortable doing that. Then you can give your intelligence to Krishna. You can think of ways, how can I serve Krishna and his devotees? And then vacha. Vacha means words. How can I serve Krishna with my words? You can chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And you can help others chant. And you can help others turn to Krishna. What's the instruction of Mahaprabhu? Jare dekha tare kaha Krishna upadesh. And what else does he say in one of the most endearing composition? He says, Prabhura gyay bhai mangiye bhiksha, bolo Krishna, bhajo Krishna, koro Krishna shiksha. And all three require just words. Bolo Krishna, bhajo Krishna, worship Krishna, koro Krishna shiksha. That what you know, but you have received these gifts of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, distribute them. So we have discussed how to give. Second is accepting gifts. And what gifts do we have from this friend called Krishna? We have his advice, his instructions. And we should be willing to receive those gifts. The whole point is, we give the gifts, but we also receive it. And how can we enter the mood of the recipient? By being willing to hear what Krishna has to say to us. And another gift is mercy. Mercy that Krishna gives us. So he gives us the instructions and the mercy. And why is it so important to hear about Krishna? Let's look at the example of Rukmini. How did she develop love for Krishna? By hearing about Krishna all the time in her palace. She had not seen Krishna, but she had only heard about Krishna. And by hearing about Krishna, what does she say to Krishna in a letter? That I want to give my life to you. Praner arther dhiya vacha. We come back to that. So this is how important it is to hear about Krishna, to develop love for Krishna. Third element here is guhyam akhyati prachati. And that means that we reveal our heart and mind to this friend. So we can talk to the deities. Yes, for a moment we may be considered mad, but it's okay. We are always considered mad by someone. That's fine. But we can talk to the deities in our mind, in our heart. We can also write letters. Because we have letters. One devotee one time said that the purports that you read by Srila Prabhupada, you can actually, on top of those purports, write that this purport is a letter from Srila Prabhupada to you. And you can also write letter to Krishna and Guru and Gauranga back. And one of the things that my mentor taught me was this, to write letter to Krishna. Put that at the altar. Krishna is reading your letter. Srila Prabhupada is reading your letter. Just as Prabhupada says that we get his association in his books. And Prabhupada was a man of letters. If he was in the car, he was traveling by the aircraft, why did he still not use a telephone? This is the value of letters. Rukmini was also writing letters. And the fourth element then is bhunkta. That means offering. As I said, we offer bhoga. We just don't eat. We have to be the third kid. We discussed about 3 children. The third child was the best because he was saying, Daddy, you eat first, then I eat. And in order for us to become that best child, we offer everything that we get to Krishna. We offer bhoga and then honor prasadam. We only accept what Krishna has left as the remnant for us to accept. And then he says, bhojayate. And that means honoring prasadam with devotees. Not alone. Yes, sometimes we can be alone. That's okay. That's circumstantial. But we should try to honor prasadam with the devotees. Do we have something like that? An instruction like that? Yeah? Where is that? In the Mangala Arati prayers? Yeah, so the Guru becomes pleased. Thank you. The Guru becomes pleased when you honor prasadam with devotees, it says. With devotees. Finally, so we looked at how to deepen our friendship with Krishna. And let's conclude this with what Srila Prabhupada said in this regard. If we make our friendship with Krishna, Srila Prabhupada says, it will never break. If we make our master Krishna, we will never be cheated. If we love Krishna as our son, he will never die. If we love Krishna as our lover, he'll be the best of all, and there'll be no separation. Because Krishna is the Supreme Lord, he is unlimited and has an unlimited number of devotees. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Do you have any questions or corrections? Something to add to?
What does it mean by the eternal seed? What's the significance of the term eternal seed?
That, yeah, it comes from the fact that everything's coming from Krishna. And why there is the word eternal there? How is it different from an ordinary seed? If you sow an ordinary seed, only to a certain extent it will grow, bear fruits, when it becomes a tree or a plant, and then flowers. But after that, just as we are limited, that seed would also be limited. But Krishna is the eternal seed. There's no limitation to what Krishna can create and annihilate. So this is what it is in my understanding, Prabhu. But if you want to add something to that. All right, thank you. Any more questions, corrections? All right, I think we'll end here. Thank you all for joining. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
This is the form of from yesterday. Also, it's only in the but you will do it. This is there. No, today they are not because they usually do Thursday, but after the Krishna class, they alternate. Today they are not. They were here last 2 weeks because next week will come. Yeah, I spoke to your daughter. She's working in London now. Yeah. And she said she likes London. I said, yeah, because you're in Guernsey. We don't like to go to London. I know. She said, I like to go to London. I said, good, you go.
Shishi Gaura Nitai ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki. We'll start the Gaura Arti now. The wordings are on the top right hand side on the screen. And then I'll be the lead singer and then people can follow. Thanks a lot. Ki bajayo jayo gora chandere arati ko sobha. Ki bajayo jayo gora chandere arati ko sobha. Jana vitatavane jag man lobha. Jana vitatavane jag man lobha. Dakhin nitai chan mame gadadhara. Dakhin nitai chan mame gadadhara. Nikate advaita shini vasa chatradhara. Nikate advaita shini vasa chatradhara. Mosi jate gora chan ratna simbasane. Mosi jate gora chan ratna simbasane. Arati korena Brahma Adi Devagane. Arati korena Brahma Adi Devagane. Narahari Adi Kori Kamar Dhulaya. आदि कोरी कमर धुलाया संजाया मुकुंदा बासु घोष दिगाया संजाया मुकुंदा बासु घोष दिगाया शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे नित्य गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नित्य गौरा हरि बोल नित्य गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नित्य गौरा हरि बोल जय गौरा निताय गौरा निताय गौरा निताय जय गौरा निताय महु कोटि चंद्र जीने वदन उज्ज्वला महु कोटि चंद्र जीने वदन उज्ज्वला गाला देशे बाणमाला कोरे जलमाला गाला देशे बाणमाला कोरे जलमाला श्रीवासुका नारादा प्रेमे गाद Gadagada. Shiva Sukha Narada Preme Gadagada. Makati Vinoda Dekhe Gorara Sampada. Makati Vinoda Dekhe Gorara Sampada. Jayo Jayo Gora Chandere Arati ko sobha. Jana Vitatavane Jagamanalo. Janamana Lobha. Gaurange Arati ko sobha. Jaga Janamana Lobha. Jaga Jana Mana Lobha. Jaga Jana Mana Lobha. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Dishatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Dishatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Gauranatai ki. All glory to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glory to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for attending the Aarti. Please may I request everyone to sit down for 5 minutes. We'll do the nursing prayers for our protection.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahalada Lararaine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shiratankanakalaye. Hito Nashinha Parato Nashinha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nashinha. Mahi Nashinha Hridahi Nashinha. Narashinha Marem Sharanam Prapare. Narashinha Marem Sharanam Prapare. Tava Karakamala Vare Naka Madhuta Shinga Dhalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvenga Keshavarita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Narasimhare Jaya Narasimhare Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagwan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you very much for attending the Aarti. Prasadam is being served in the adjacent room, and the next Aarti will be at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. There is a katha also starting at 7:45. If some people want to stay back, we encourage you to stay back for this katha in English. Thank you. Education.
the volume up.
Oh, okay, sure.
Bhattri Prabhu? Is that his name? Bhattri Prabhu? Yes. So if he can't, so he'll be here, and then we can get him to speak a little bit as well. मैंने क्या वो यूरोपियन है?
Are you getting it translated in various?
I thought it was European. I learned Hindi. Sure. Yeah. Okay. That's true. Wonderful, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. That's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you for your help. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So thank you so much. I actually feel a bit shy. I don't know why. All of you have come out. There's a very busy week this week. Narasimha Chaturdashi, then we had a Sunday program, and then everyone was fasting, and then you're back here today. So I'm really embarrassed and really grateful at the same time. So thank you. And the whole program organizer has been inspired by Deeptimati. So I'm so grateful that today we can have the opportunity to share and discuss part 2 of Radharamanji's pastimes. And what is nice is that ordinarily we would have probably just been at home and the day would have just gone by. And I'm sure most looked at that's okay, no problem, that's fine. I'm sure most were watching the Abhishek or pictures. I was sending some pictures around. And maybe that's it. So I think it's nice that we can come together to make use of the importance of today and discuss amongst each other and maybe share some pastimes on Radharamanji as well. Today actually, for many people, today is the same as Janmashtami in Kali Yuga. Yeah? So you can imagine that when Krishna appeared, a few hundred years later, that was their Janmashtami in Dwapar Yuga. So for us in Kali, this is actually the Janmashtami of the Yuga. So we are quite close to it. And in the Bhakti Ratnakar, there's actually a verse which I'll share a bit later, but that verse explains that there'll be a point where everyone in the world will actually celebrate this Tithi today as Janmashtami. And I'll come to that verse a bit later. So you normally find that in Itihas, after many, many years, like hundreds of years, then a particular day becomes celebrated. You know, it takes time to gather momentum. Like, for example, there's one verse that I'll share with yourselves, which says that the smile of Radharamanji will be popularly known across the entire planet. So I'm not entirely sure whether at the moment that is the case, but it will be known, his smile will be known across the entire planet. So I'll share that verse as well. So we have an hour. Is there anything that anybody would like to share before we begin? Any comments or anything to start? Maybe Mataji, you want to say something just to auspiciously start the discussion?
some 20 years ago, myself and my husband used to go to Vrindavan, and there was this Babaji in the Gopal Swami Samadhi. And we were so drawn to him. And we used to spend hours with him with his little room. And there were no rules and regulations, or there weren't any issues about me being in that room. Or Babaji was just like a loving father. And he shared so many pastimes of Radharaman with us. At the later stage, when my husband passed away, he became quite closer to Radharaman, and he became our Ishtadev. And the children feel that he is now in place of their father, now instead of the spiritual father. So that closeness has developed over these 6-7 years. And every time we go to the temple, there is something new that happens. Something unique experience, or some leela that happens there. And feel quite fortunate to be part of that. But I'm sure Radharaman Prabhu has got so many pastimes. But once he has narrated what he is going to give us, if there is time, just one pastime that I was experiencing, I would share, but that would be the later.
Are you sure you want to share now?
Yes.
Everyone can hear?
Yes. This time when I was in Vrindavan, I stayed there for 4 months, and this Goswami family that I have known for so many years, it was their time, it was their turn to do the seva. And this particular day, this seva was blessing Thakurji. He just wouldn't get rest. Falling down. He couldn't just rest. He just wouldn't get rest. And by now it was only about 45 minutes to open the curtains, and this devotee who was dressing got a bit stressed that the curtains are about to open, he's not dressed, what to do? So he came out and he asked one of the older Gosai there that Goswami, he's Thakurji mana kar rahe hai dress karne ke liye. He just don't want to get dressed, so what should I do? And this Goswami said, Acha, aisi baat hai, chalo main dekhta hu. So he went in there, and now it was only half an hour for the curtains to open. So he sat in front of Thakurji, and he looked at him and he said, look, I mean, he said it in Hindi, but there are English-speaking devotees, so I will say it in English. So he sat in front of him and said, what do you think you are? And you don't want to get dressed? People will be waiting outside for your darshan, and you are showing so much of an attitude. So this is the last chance I'm giving you. I'm going to put this outfit on you first and last time. If you won't put it on, I don't care. I'll put you on the altar without any clothes, and then you'll have to show the people. You'll have to face the people. And then he tried, and immediately he got dressed. So that Gosai, when he came out, fortunately we were there, and he said, "Bahut nakhra karta hai wo." And he said, and my realization is that he's so real. He's so real. If we just develop that eyes when we go there.
He is so, so real. And you can feel him. In 2019, when I went there, I was going to stay there longer, but then we were deciding that I should come back to England earlier. And we went to the temple, and I was just looking at him, and I was saying, you are here, I have to go to London. What should I do? You tell me, what should I do? And I don't know whether it is my imagination or whether I wanted to hear what I wanted to hear. But there was a voice came from the garb that I'm here. Jane ki kya zarurat hai? Why do you need to go? I'm here. And I said, I'm going to stay here. So there are many, many more, but I think
No, keep going.
No, Radharaman Prabhu should
keep going.
Carry on.
Thank you, Maji. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we will just start off from Narasimha Chaturdashi, yeah? And basically just raise your hand if there's something that I say which hasn't connected so well or isn't clear. And if you would like to make a comment, very informal, just please raise your hand and you can make a comment as well, because I'm sure most of you know a lot more than my little experience with regards to today's festival. So please feel free, okay? Everyone feel free to raise your hands, and we have a microphone, and I would love to hear, just like Mataji also spoke. Thank you so much. So yesterday's verse that Gauranga Prabhu started to speak on is the very same verse that we touched upon on Sunday, the verse from the 7th canto, 8th chapter, verse number 17. And this was the verse where Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he completely felt that this is a verse which is not only instructive, but if this verse manifested Narasimha from the pillar, then he can come again. He was so convinced. Me and Anga, we were discussing earlier today, the difference between someone like myself, who reads a verse from the text and it sounds good and it's a part of history. But when Gopal Bhatt read that verse, he actually felt this is how the Lord descends. So why can't he descend again? It's such a different feeling, such a different understanding. Maybe it's a similar understanding to when a mother reads about God descending as someone's child. And then mothers can potentially relate to that fact. And I'm going to quote Ananga again, but she was mentioning to me that maybe grihastas, of course I'm going to speak in favor of the ashram, she's laughing, maybe grihastas can relate to Krishna's loving relationships a little bit more than those who may not have families, who may not have raised children. Because clearly Krishna is a son, he is a husband, and there are elements where I think people who are part of the Grihastha community are a little bit more in touch, with that side of Krishna's relationships. And Gopal Bhatt, despite not being married, he was really convinced that if he can appear from a pillar, why can't he appear from the Shila? I coined that term myself. Of course, he didn't say that. He said the smarter word. The words were Stambhe Sabhayam Namrigam Namanusham. That in the Sabha, the Stamba, neither a mriga, neither an animal, or a human appeared. Something divine appeared. So why not from the Shila? So that was the verse coincidentally on Sunday. And Gopal Bhatta Goswami, this verse, he was reciting with his disciples during the Abhishek of the Shilas. So this is also an interesting part, because he was actually seeing Krishna within the Shila. Now, we've already done the whole big crescendo about how Radharamanji appeared, so I'm not going to do that again. But maybe I'll just mention one thing that I didn't say that day. At the point when Gopal Bhatta Goswami woke up in the morning, and he realized that from his despair, the disappointment, you remember the poem that was recited by Hariram Vyasji, where he called the Shalagram Shila something which surprised him. And of course, the moment that Hariram Vyasji walked into his area, just on that morning, Akshaya Tritiya had begun. And as all of you know, on the Shalagram Shila, you cover with Chandan, and you cover for 21 days, you cover deities. So he was just doing his service. He never ever imagined somebody will ridicule his service and compare the Chandan on a Shalagram Shila to you know what. I won't say it now because I'm a bit too close to home. Okay. Actually, that poem is actually sung, but I felt awkward singing the poem because it's not really respectful. But obviously you all know that that poem led to the despair and the sadness of Gopal Bhatt. But when he woke up in the morning, he had that vision. He had that vision where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita, Shrivas, Gadadhar, they were all doing Harinam Sankirtan, walking into Vrindavan. So that's actually an amazing dream to have, right? I'm sure some of you may have similar dreams sometimes in your life, but when Gopal Bhatt had that dream, when he woke up, it was the first time after 12 days he felt some bliss. But it was momentarily, because he was thinking, okay, sure, because Mahaprabhu's departed, so he's not coming. That's the reality. Now, he went to the Yamuna to bathe. It must have been about 5 o'clock in the morning. And when he came back, that lid of the wicker basket was half open. And forgive me, I didn't explain properly. He actually felt that maybe a snake had traveled into the basket. Because when he peeped into the basket, he saw a oblong fashioned figure. He wasn't too sure whether it is the deity as we see it now, or whether it was the actual Shila, just looking like as if it's now a three-dimensional deity. He wasn't too sure. And that's when in his mind he had that recollection between, and I saw most of you were smiling, so I think most of you knew already about Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami, and the poem that Rupa Goswami wrote, where he described the braids of Radharani to be like the beautiful hoods of a serpent. So we won't go through that now. But that was the background. So then when Gopal Bhatt realized, actually, even if it is a snake, it doesn't matter, because snakes are auspicious. And, it's the braids of Radharani. And then when he looked in, so this is like where you have to imagine a little bit. When he opened the basket lid, many, many suns manifested from within the basket, and he actually saw the Shila transform. It wasn't possible, because this also can occur in your mind. Maybe somebody else placed the deity there. Somebody felt sorry for him. 12 days he's sulking. He keeps asking for a three-dimensional deity. What's the big deal? I'll go and get one made, and I'll put it in there as a surprise. At least I won't be hearing the cries and the sadness of poor little Gopal Bhatt. Make him happy. So there's a possibility that we may think as somebody took pity on him. But actually he saw the transformation. That's the whole point. It was a divine manifestation in front of his very eyes. So this is the point that I didn't describe properly, but that's an important point to note. Is that clear? That's okay? Yeah, Prabhuji.
What do you say about the suns?
So basically, when the lids opened, there was flash of light from within the basket. And within that flash of light, at that point, did the Shila transform into the form of Krishna? Make sense? Yeah. Now, this is the very important point that I completely got thrown off because I was running so late, which I forgot to mention. When Gopal Bhatt saw the form, actually, I won't use the word deity or form. I'll use the word version for now, and I'll explain a bit later. When Gopal Bhatt saw this version of Krishna in the basket, this is a very important point to note. So, when Gopal Bhatt was 8 years old, and he was very sad that he had missed out on the Nimai Pandit's Leela. You remember? In that one night, he saw the entire Leela, from birth to his marriage. When he woke up, it was the time when Advaita and Lord Nityananda were about to speak to him. They embraced him in the vision, and they were just about to speak to him, and he just woke up. So when he woke up, you can imagine an 8-year-old boy, a bit confused, not too sure what's happening. Actually, at that moment, he was even not sure whether Mahaprabhu is in the house. Maybe the whole thing is just a dream. So he ran next door into the room to just check that Mahaprabhu is there. And the first thing that Mahaprabhu done, the Bhakti Ratnakar explains, is he transformed into Krishna. Now, the version of Krishna that Mahaprabhu transformed into, it was that exact same version that he saw in the basket. That's a very important point. So the personality, shall I just place him a little bit higher? So the personality whom he saw in the basket, he had already seen that exact same version of Krishna. Because Mahaprabhu first came manifested in this form. Then he transformed into Nimai Pandit. And obviously he got very excited. Because the Nimai Pandit form that he saw after this transformation was the same one that he saw in his vision that night before. And then he went back to his sannyas form. So this is a very important point. That this is the same version of Krishna that Mahaprabhu had manifested to Gopal Bhatt when he ran into the room as an 8-year-old. So that's also a very important point. And later on, just like Mataji was explaining, we're going to read a few verses where, according to Bhakti Ratnakar, this is meant to be the 100% precise, identical form version of Krishna. So that's a very sweet thing to note. This is also clear? So then, in the Bhakti Ratnakar, it says that his eyes swelled, his heartbeat raced, he trembled, and in overwhelming shock, he saw Krishna himself lying down in place of the 12-inch Shalagram Shila. He obviously immediately held him to his heart, and like Mataji mentioned, he wasn't actually feeling a deity. This is the most important point. He was actually feeling, and even to this day, for those who maybe have those special contacts, they don't claim for it to be, hard material. It's meant to be fleshy. So he obviously noticed that on the back of this version of Krishna was the same rope and the chakra that was previously on the Damodar Shila. So then he understood what had happened at that point. Then immediately his heart, the Bhakti Ratnakar explains, it filled with unimaginable love, and tears rained incessantly, overflooding his vision. So he was struggling to actually adore the form, the version of Krishna, because his eyes were so wet, being overflooded with tears. And it was at that point where the Goswamis then all came to see what is going on, what is the commotion, because obviously he was reciting verses and cheering on. I also mentioned that Rupa Goswami, he was the one who gave the name to the deity. And all of these Goswamis, whenever they did something, it was backed by scripture. The difference was their brains worked really fast. So there's actually a verse in the scriptures that talk about this version of Krishna. So let us recite this together. It's a very small verse. So please recite with me. It's from the Skanda Puran. Please repeat with me. Atma tu radhika tasya tayeva ramanat asau. So this verse says that Atma tu radhika tasya, that you are the soul of Sri Radha, and Tayeva Ramanad asau, and Lord Raman, he is the soul of Sri Radha. So this is a very sweet verse that the Goswamis knew. And this is why that the name Raman, and the gopis were very surprised. They were very surprised to hear this name, because no one has actually called Krishna beloved. Actually, that's also the wrong name. Maybe some of you have heard. Please, if you have heard, just give me a nudge or a smile or something. But Prabhupada explains that in the Maha Mantra, the traditional background of the word Hare Ram is Raman, the pleasure-giving potency. Prabhupada later on explained, yes, that for those who adore Ramchandra or Balaram, they can also think like that. But actually, the specific words, the Maha Mantra, Hare Ram, is Raman. That's where the name derives from. So it's a very intimate name. You won't find anyone calling Lord Krishna by this name. It is the personal pet name of Sri Radha towards Krishna. He is my Raman. And that's why the Srimad Bhagavatam also calls him like that. It's a very personal name that nobody else has utilized, and the only first person that utilized is Sri Radha. And you'll find that there's some commentaries on the Maha Mantra. So there's a commentary by Jiva Goswami and some other Goswamis as well, and Raghunath Das Goswami, and they actually elaborate on the word Hare Ram in this context, that it's the pleasure-giving potency that Sri Radha had invoked at this time of the Bhagavatam Leela that we described earlier, 10th canto, 39th chapter. So this is where Rupa Goswami understood why this version of Krishna should receive the name of Radharaman. And like we explained earlier, these are the two names that fit into one version of Krishna, because they're both one and the same. And that's why, a bit later on in the pastime, Sanatana Goswami sees Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this form. So these are also very important perspectives to understand with regards to the deity. Now, what I found is actually there are two versions about the features of this version of Krishna, which I'll share with you. So some people say that the face is of Gopinath and the chest is of Govindadev. In other books, it's the other way around. So you may hear both versions. And it's actually quite interesting because it's the bhav of the individuals that are speaking. So I'll just recite one verse. For example, this verse is very interesting. Badan Chanda Govinda Sama. So Badan, the body, Govinda Sama. It's the same as Govindadev. Ura Sama Gopinath. The face is like Gopinathji. Charan Madan Gopal Sama. The Charan obviously is like Madan Mohan. Hridaya Radhika Sat. And the heart is Sri Radha. So that's the verse that describes that the body is of Gopinath, of Govindadev. Now you'll find that in the Bhakti Ratnakar, the inverse is described. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madan Mohan Krame Etinera Mukha Vaksha Shri Charane. The face, the chest and the feet are in order of Govinda, Gopinath and Madan Mohan. So these are the two versions. But either way, the main thing is that the deity represents all three. And from a philosophical perspective, Sambandha, Abhidaya and Prayojan. And this is why Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he wanted to worship the Lord in one form, because he felt actually Sambandha, to establish a relationship with Krishna, then Abhidaya, to act in that relationship, and then Prayojan, to then have a reciprocal relationship where one is exercising their eternal services. It makes sense for it to be in one personality. Otherwise, you have to go to various personalities to honor those particular principles. So he was obviously very practical. And this verse is also described in Bhakti Ratnakar, 4th chapter, verse number 322. It says, Tina Prabhu ekatra, darshana ekatahi, aiche paripati purva chintala gosai. The three lords were all manifest in the form of Sri Radharaman, a combination that Gopal Bhatta Goswami had cherished long before the Lord's manifestation. So this verse explains that many, many years before the Lord manifested like this, he already had contemplated such a deity. Prabhuji, please up high here. Aye. Please come. Oh, but you please say something at the end then. Okay? Sure. Hare Krishna. Thank you for being here. So this is a beautiful verse because here you're seeing that the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reciprocated at every step with Gopal Bhatt. The form he had already contemplated that should be manifested. And this is the beauty of the deity. And this is why if Uttara and Vajranabh had the confirmation that Krishna is precisely in these feet, in these chests, in this head, then what happens when they all three come together? Then that becomes the precise form of the Lord. That's why it's very special. Now there's a verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that announces the position of this concept as well. And it's a point to note. It says, E teen Thakur, Gaudiyake, Kariyachena Atmasad. Okay? So this is in Adilila, chapter 1, verse number 19. In here, Kaviraj Goswami mentions the word Atmasad. That the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, what they had done is they had incorporated Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Gopinath. I feel so silly speaking about this when Prabhuji is from Brajavasi. Prabhuji, aap kuch kahenge? मैं लंदन वाला हूँ अब ब्रजवासी I'm talking about your deities. Prabhuji speaks perfect in Hindi. Therefore I'm speaking to him in Hindi. So I was saying, so the Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the Acharyas, they did Atmasad. They incorporated Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Gopinath and Radha Govindaji into their parampara because they were Purva Stapit Devata. Somebody else had arranged for their manifestation and somebody else had installed them according to their level of devotion and according to their environment. I mean, this is obviously a long time ago, Dwapar Yuga. And then these three deities, because obviously all of you know, there was a pastime which took place by which they got manifested again, or they reappeared. Then Gaudiyake Kariyachena Atmasad. Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the Gaudiyas at that time, the Goswamis, they incorporated these deities into our parampara. This is also clear? But this form, this version of Krishna, he wasn't incorporated. He was founded in the parampara. So there's also a difference there as well. There's a difference. This was the deity which was consecrated, manifested during the time of the parampara. The others were also incorporated. So even when the Teen Thakurs had to leave Vrindavan, actually they never left because they were always in this form. So this is also a very important point to mention. Now, this is a very sweet point, okay? And this is where some of the stories will now come into place. And I'll ask Prabhuji to also share some stories as well. In Bhakti Ratnakar, it says that the intimate associates of Gopal Bhatta Goswami, they performed the Abhishek of Shri Radharaman. Shri Radharaman's seva prakata hela, and thus the worship of Shri Radharamanji began. But this is a very important point which will qualify the point I mentioned earlier about actually this is more of a version of Krishna, not a form, not a deity. Because in the next verse it says, Mandira kariya nija seva kari dila ati vilakshana tahi kahila nahila. That Shri Radharamanji, he made his own temple. And he helped Gopal Bhatta Goswami to begin his worship. So, in the internal literature, it says that Shri Radharamanji, he spoke his daily schedule. What time I like to wake up, what I like to eat, what I like to wear, what days I should wear, which turban, where my turban should go, the peacock feather, left side, right side, what mood it should be. The Ashtakaliya Leela. He described his entire daily regime and festivals, and this was actually spoken by Shri Radharamanji in Brajabhasha, and Gopalata Goswami wrote it down, and it's called the Niyamavali. So this book is kept in the temple to this day. The daily schedule of Shri Radharamanji, spoken by him to Gopalata Goswami, as per this verse in Bhakti Ratnakar. He made his own temple, and he told Gopal Bhatt, I want to have 100 kuliyas, for example. Yeah, you had some on Sunday. And I want this, that, etc. Now there is an entire description of exactly what he would like to eat. It's a very long, he's very demanding. When I read Bhagavad Gita, I was always thinking that Krishna, he's very opinionated. Okay? He has an opinion about everything. All right? So now, you will, especially if you read Mahabharata, he really has a view on everyone. And, it's quite interesting sometimes. Now, I will just, for example, just share one thing, okay? So, in a Niyamavali, what does he have in the morning? Okay, are you ready for this? If you thought that your diet's bad, wait until you hear this, okay? Rich and delicious meal needs to be cooked for Shri Radharamanji in the Shringar Bhog in the morning. There are many varieties of cooked dishes beautifully served on a golden plate. Shri Radharaman Lal enjoys laddus made with gram flour, magad and motichur, pastries filled with dry fruits, savory pastries, mathari, fried wheat noodles, feni, deep fried puffed breads, suhari, crunchy chickpea noodles, sev, sugar-coated crackers, sakalpara, and sweet samosas, trikona. Every dish should be so tasty. The variety includes sweet gram flour pearls, bundi, semolina halwa, mohan bhog, jalebi, and imarti funnel cakes, pieces of sweet, solidified milk, pera, deep fried flatbreads, puri, sugary milk solids, koya, in little clay pots, kulia. Hasn't finished. And fresh butter with sugar crystals, makhan mishri, topped with nuts and raisins, mewa. Only half. There is delicious yogurt that should be made, dahi, fried pastry with spiced lentils, kachori, crispy lentil crackers, papad, relish, chutney, spicy vegetable dishes, tarkari, and tangy yogurt sauce, raita, stuffed fried breads, bedhai, gram flour biscuits, besan, tikkia, green mango relish, lauji, pickles made from various fruits and vegetables, fragrant manjak berries, deti, and wild cucumber, kachari. This is the morning service that he asked for. And there's the verse is here as well. And have you seen his waistline? His waistline is always this, and shoulders is like this. No? It is never like this. Huh? Isn't it? It's always like this. No? Mine is like this, his is like this. So he established his own temple, and he told, and this is just the morning, we do not absolutely have any appetite to go through the other offerings, the Pan offerings, the Shringar offerings, the mid-morning offerings. We won't go through any of that. But the whole list is over here. Day to day, what he likes to eat and what he doesn't want to eat. So this is how he established his own service. So very opinionated, and he knows exactly what he likes. So this was all written in Niyamavali, which is what they follow every day. Today, I actually had a conversation with the Archikas that were doing the worship, And they were saying, and some of you will know, Prabhuji will know, that the book that they utilize for the Abhishek is written by Rupa Goswami. It's called the Shri Krishna Janmatiti Vidhi. It's been published by Mayapur Gurukul. They published it. So they use that book. So, it's very precise, very authentic in the sense of what they do, because the deity asked for it. So this is a very interesting point that I wanted to share with you. And we described about how Agni manifested. And this is actually a very interesting point, because in the past, when temples were established, they would also establish the Garapatya Agni, the Garapatya, the Agni from which all household items would then be cooked for the deity, heat as well, and other uses too. So Gopal Bhatt Goswami, he had the special benediction of Agni Dev manifesting himself and saying from now onwards, like I had mentioned on Sunday, that everybody feeds me. Weddings, initiations, namakaran, but now is my turn. I want to feed Lord Krishna. So everything, even the kuliyas that came on Sunday, they're all cooked using that fire. Never gone out. Has been lit for 482 years. And it's still burning. And everything, the city that is put on the head, the black mark, that is from that fire. It is the sandalwood charcoal, which is offered to the deity, and then the remnants of that can then be placed on one's head, and it represents the standing form of the deity. Nothing comes out of the temple, of the worship, which is not being used through the fire. The fire is the only version of blaze that is used for everything, deepa, cooking, etc. So this is also a very special thing. And we don't have the slideshow here, but on Sunday I had quite a few slides. There is a very strange-looking Shaligram. They actually call him the policeman. And he stands at the gate of where the Agni is. And he makes sure that no one crosses the threshold. And he's got such a face. I'm so sorry, I would have loved to have shown it on the, I don't have that. But maybe later on I can show you on my phone. And he makes sure that nobody enters into the kitchen. And even like when I had Darshan, I had to give him 500 rupees just to say, thank you for letting me see your face. Like pull that 10 rupees, that's not enough. You have to give a nice amount of money, So I just put that 500 rupees and gave it to him. But he's the chokidar. He's the police who guards the Agni Dev. So no one comes to blow it out. And this is being streamed, isn't it, I think? Yeah, okay. But basically, what you find is that when such deities who are self-manifested, they also come with their entourage as well. So when we described the confrontation in 1670 with Aurangzeb, that confrontation is something to read. It is fascinating. Because what you'll find is, even in the Mahabharata, it describes that when such deities are manifested, there are certain celestial personalities that look after the deity outside of humans. And they reside upon the roof, they reside upon the sides, and they ensure that no negative energies, let alone individuals that want to demolish, the Lord's home, can come even close. So there's a lot of that actually that takes place. It's a very mystical, very profound security system around the deity, which is beyond even our vision and sight. And this is why the Lord has maintained himself even after what happened, in Vrindavan. And as we described on Sunday, that particular person, I was reading in the Puranas that Aurangzeb is actually, in the Puranas, mentioned to be the incarnation of the Daitya Andak. The Daitya Andak, he came as him. And in that very same verse, there's actually a line, this is in the Vishya Puran, there's a line where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu speaks. And I don't have the verse for me, I'm so sorry. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually says, I will come to destroy this demon. If you want the verse, I can send it to you, no problem. But when you read that, you don't understand How is Mahaprabhu going to come in 1670 to destroy the demon Andak who came out as Aurangzeb? Then we piece it together through Shri Radharaman ji. Yeah, third generation empire. The empire took over the whole of Bharat. Even now, right? There are remnants of Mughal poetry, art, architecture, everywhere in India. Such a powerful empire. You know, the guy died bankrupt with 300 rupees in his pocket. If you read his autobiography, he describes how, due to his miscalculation, he destroyed 3 generations of power and wealth. And his miscalculation was to come and confront Shri Radharaman ji. Now, I was speaking to Deepening yesterday, and the first clothes that were tied on Shri Radharaman Dev was actually a kopin. And the reason for that was because Bhatta Goswami, he used to wear kopins. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, kopin dhari. So would Shri Radharaman ji wear kopin. So Prabhuji, I would definitely ask him to say a few words, but in the evening darshan, he comes wearing a kopin. I'm sure most of you have seen. And then you get to see his transcendental form and all of the intricate details. So he's a, you know, like we were saying, Prabhuji, hum log kal keh rahe the, ki Radharaman ji pehlwan hai, you know, kopin dhari hai. You know, exactly. You know, he is the only Purush, you know, in Vrindavan. And he, you know, confronts anyone who tries to harm his devotees or his entourage, his area. So very beautiful few words. Now, one of the things that I will not speak on because I don't have the ability to describe, but the worship, and maybe Prabhuji can also quote this, but the worship that's done for Radharamanji is actually not in Aishwarya Bhav. This is a very sensitive topic that, you know, I certainly do not have any information on this. It will take me lifetimes to understand this. But he is not worshipped in Aishwarya Bhav. He's worshipped in Madhurya Bhav. Because he's not considered to be a deity. He's considered to be a person. And someone like Prabhuji who lives in Vrindavan will be able to explain this maybe one-to-one much better than, you know, on a microphone in this way. But the Lord, he's actually considered to wake up in the morning and to go into the fields, do his Leela, timely, according to the eightfold system of deity worship. And then he comes back, he goes to sleep, wakes back up, does other aspects of the Leela, has certain foods that are conducive for that Leela. So it's a really different system. But in the system of worship, they're also it is not like a cheap thing. It's very strict. I'll give you an example, okay? This is obviously because, like it says in this verse, that Mandira Kariya Nija Seva. Radharamanji, he established his own temple and he established his own worship. So it's very different as to when you buy a property and move in. So I want to give an example. The path by which the bhoga of the deity goes, through that path, the prasad will never travel. The path where the prasad travels to come to us, through that path the bhog will never travel. You see? Amaniya and prasadi. These are the Brajabhasha terms in the Niyamavali that explains this concept. You don't mix the two. So let alone hands touching, but even the path, you don't use the same path where the bhog and the prasad travel because it becomes polluted. There was one famous archika. He composed a song to Radharamanji and he sang it in a temple room. And one very nice devotee said, "Oh, that was such a beautiful song." The Goswami said, "You've just spoilt my song. This song is for the pleasure of the deity and you've taken it away from me. From now onwards, I would never recite any songs in a temple room to the deity, only behind the altar." So, you know, like that, it's a very, you know, there's a very strict level of understanding of how to honor the deity. So it's not cheap. You know, when we say Madhurya Bhav, it's not cheap. It's very, very detailed, actually. So this was also a very interesting point that I wanted to share. Now, of course, it would be very unnoble of me to talk about his expressions. Atisu Madhura Bhangi Vidita Bhuvane Prakata Samaya Mahananda Vrindavane. The beautiful expressions of Sri Radharaman became famous throughout the entire world. And the residents of Vrindavan were delighted to see this begin at a time of his appearance. So, absolutely, many devotees, they die waiting to see what expression he'll have tomorrow on this day. And some of you all know, sometimes he displays one tooth, sometimes sealed lips, sometimes 8 teeth. And it's too small to add in, so don't get creative, it's not possible. Okay. So this is obviously a very beautiful thing that the deity does. According to his mood, he will show his expressions in very certain ways. And you can see it with your own eyes, actually online and other things like that. But it's quoted in the Bhakti Ratnakara, because it is a very special feature of the deity. And with regard to Darshan, in the same text, Shri Radharaman Murti Ati Manohar, Bhagtivedanta Janera E Nayana Gochara. The deity of Shri Radharamanji is extremely beautiful, and only the most fortunate people are allowed his darshan. So this is also a key point to mention, because obviously it's like seeing Krishna himself. So these were some of the features of the deity which I wanted to also highlight. I hope this helps to mention some of the key points, the key uniquenesses of how Lord Krishna manifested in this form. Gopabhata Goswami for many years would worship the deity in this way. And for quite a few years, it was just underneath the peepal tree that Shri Radhika hugged. And that famous verse, He Natha. Anyone remember this verse a little bit? It's a very good verse to learn, because it is this verse from which all deity worship manifests. He Natha. Would you like to try? You could try. He Natha, Ramana Preshta, Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja, Dasyaste, Kripanaya me, Sakhe, Darshaya, Sannidhim. So, He Natha Ramana Preshta, Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja. Where are you, my beloved Raman? She's crying out in this way. So beautiful. And then she's saying, Dasyaste, I am your servant. Das, Kripanaya, Kripa, I shouldn't use, it's a W word, which we shouldn't use, but Radhika is saying how she is very humbled, Sakhe, you're my friend. Darshaya, come. But this final word is very special, Sannidhim. Sannidhim means manifest. It's the same word that we use in deity worship. During Homer's Havans, same word is utilized. O Agni, Sannidhim Kuru. O Agni, please be manifested. And we use this word when we consecrate deities. So all deities are consecrated on the basis of this verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam, where Sri Radha, from her Vipralamba, is asking the Lord to manifest so that we can then see the Lord. And it's that mood in which deities are installed. So this verse is so key. You can understand? Yeah, maybe I'm not explaining so well, but this is why this verse is so key. And you can unravel this verse in many ways. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, while he was worshipping Shri Radharamanji in this way, he remembered something. He remembered Nija Grihe, in my parents' home, Pitara Agya, on the Agya of my father. This is how I worshipped Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for 4 months. And he was beginning to cry. The same worship that I'm doing to Shri Radharamanji, bringing the water for his bath in Kaveri. You see, Gopabhata Goswami, like this doesn't happen to people like me, but if somebody really, really likes you, they're always there. So Gopal Bhatta Goswami was always there. Mahaprabhu would wake up in the morning and he would just walk to brush his teeth, and Gopal Bhatta would be holding the tooth twig. Oh, okay. Thank you. And then he would then want to go to the bath, and he'll go to the Kaveri, and when he would step out, Bhatta Goswami is holding the new cloth. So he was always there. could not get rid of him. Every point, day, night, every moment, Gopal, 8-year-old, was standing at the service of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he remembered all of this. And he actually remembered that I'm missing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All of the things that I did day in, day out on Shri Radharamanji, I used to do Nijagriha in my parents' home, Pitara Agya, on his instructions. So he actually began to very aggressively miss Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he remembered that actually there's nobody, there's not even Shri Radharaman, there's nobody that can replace Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Those 4 months that I had with him, nothing can replace this. And then what happened? Gopalera Premadhina Shri Radharaman. Gopalera Premadhina Shri Radharaman. Shri Radharaman became subservient to Gopal's Prem. Prem Adhin. Right? Gopalera Premadhina Shri Radharaman. Shri Gaura Sundara Murti Hoila Sekshana. And then Shri Radharamanji, he done something. He revealed to Gopal Bhatt that all of those days when I would say to you, I will join you in Vrindavan. Go and be with my 2 jewels, Rupa and Sanatan. Write books, find places of pilgrimage, make space for me, I'm going to come to be with you. That promise was still unfulfilled. And this was the time in chapter 4, verse number 345 of Bhakti Ratnakar, where Mahaprabhu's promise became fulfilled. Okay? Shri Gaura Sundara Murti Hoila Sekshana. That Shri Radharaman, who became Prem Adhin, who became subservient to the Prem of Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he revealed himself as Shri Radharamanji. Navina Vayasa Vesha Bhuvana Mataya Murchaye Madana Koti Rupera Chataya. When Mahaprabhu, within the deity, showed himself to Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he saw that Nimai, he was young and dressed so beautifully, that he enchanted the entire universe. His beauty was more exquisite than that of beauty. Shobha Nirakite Hiya Ananda Uthele Ki dekhinu, ki dekhinu, ki dekhinu, ki dekhinu, ki dekhinu Baliya Paraya Mihitale. When Gopal Bhatt saw that from within the deity, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had manifested, he said, Ki dekhinu, ki de, what am I seeing? What am I seeing? What am I seeing? And Paraya Mihitale, he collapsed on the floor, losing consciousness. He was not expecting that Mahaprabhu himself will manifest from within the deity. And Ki dekhinu, what am I seeing? Ki dekhinu, what am I seeing? Paraya Mihitale, he collapsed onto the floor. That was the promise that he had made to him as an 8-year-old that finally got fulfilled. When Sanatana Goswami had mentioned at the time of installation, I can see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he couldn't see it. He didn't see it. Gopalena Pranadhana Shri Radharaman Goira Hoila. That verse he said, he didn't understand. This was the time where he saw that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had manifested as Shri Radharamanji. They are non-different. With tears streaming from his eyes, Vipala Pulaka Ankhi Jale Bhasi Aya Shri Radharamana Gaura Chand Gunagaya. With tears streaming from his eyes, Gopal Bhatt joyfully glorified Shri Radharamanji and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in one form. That is when he realized that Mahaprabhu has come to Vrindavan and he has come to stay and he's going to be with me forever. This is the main point of the entire episode of today. That Mahaprabhu came and he fulfilled the promise they had made to a small 8-year-old boy. Okay, so I keep looking at the time. So like this, there were so many sweet pastimes that happened between Gopal Bhatt and Shri Radharamanji. But for him, Shri Radharamanji is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And many, many generations later, like Mataji was explaining, so many things have happened. Sometimes the archikas, I've been told that there were 2 archikas who were deviated from the rules and regulations. But what happens is there's 50 families. Every 2.5 years, it is their turn. So even if you've deviated, who knows? Who knows? Okay? But when this particular archika who had deviated from basic rules and regulations came 2.5 years later to do the arti and wake up the deity, he entered the altar and he couldn't see the deity. Where's the deity? This happened twice. Then he left the temple. He told the archikas who had previously just ended their worship, where's the deity? What do you mean, where's the deity? He's in the temple. He took the new archika into, said, there he is. Where? I can't see the deity. So on 2 occasions, the deity became invisible. When the archika had deviated from rules and regulations. So deity doesn't allow everyone to worship. You have to follow the rules and regulations to be able to see the deity. So all of you are really lucky, actually. A bit of a, bit of a confirmation. But yeah, so this is 2 occasions it's happened. So not many times. 2 occasions, the deity has become invisible. There are so many nice archikas. One particular archika was Sri Vijay Krishna Goswami Maharaj in 1886. Very sweet story. So you would know that, I want to make sure I have enough time for Prabhuji to come and say a few words. You would know that before you go in the altar, you clap your hands. So Vijay Krishna Goswami, in that year, he went to bathe in the Yamuna. And after bathing in the Yamuna, he came back. And when he came back, he forgot to clap as he entered into the altar. There's actually portraits done on this. So you can Google when you go home. There are portraits done on this. As you go into the Garbhagriha, there is a curtain, just a simple curtain. And behind that curtain is another curtain. So as you open the first curtain, you're meant to clap. And then after a few seconds, you open the second curtain. This is the parampara. He forgot to clap before entering into the altar. As he pulled the second curtain, Shri Radharamanji's right hand was over his head, and his left hand was over the head of Shri Radharani, and his right foot was crossing the left foot, like that. Because some of you will know that, when you look on the altar, right behind the altar is his bed. And on the bed there are 4 cushions. So the deity, actually every single day, the deity is lifted and put onto the bed. It is not that the deity stays in the asana. That's absolutely not. The deity moves a lot, actually. The deity is lifted and the deity goes behind the simhasan onto the bed and lies down. So when he saw this, he completely collapsed. That Shri Radharamanji's form had changed at night time. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. The devotees had come. Haribo, Haribo, what's happening? The curtains are still closed. 5 baje gaya. You're meant to be opening. These Goswamis, what are they doing? They fell asleep or something. So one of the other archikas, they bathed to see what's happening. They went behind the altar and they saw Sri Vijay Krishna Goswami lying on the floor, unconscious. And then they woke him up and he said, look at what he has become. Look at what he has become. Look at what he has become. So this is a really famous pastime that's really well known in Vrindavan. And you'll see paintings have been done on this as well. So if you're facing the altar, on the right-hand side is the dining room. So Ramanji is lifted, physically lifted, and he's placed in the dining room. Now the bhav is the following. Okay, the bhav is that the Agni cooks the bhoga, then the bhoga is offered to the deity. The deity then is lifted and he physically goes. The deity is lifted and he goes into the dining room and the door's closed. Now, the bhava is the deity actually physically eats all of the bhoga. There's nothing left. All of that things I described to you, pura. Nothing is left. Then what he does, he cooks again. He cooks again, everything. Then he comes back on the altar. Then Radharani, Priyaju. By the way, he has a nickname. You know the nickname? His nickname is Shriji. That's his nickname. And Radharani's name is Priyaju. So then Shriji comes back to the altar. Then Priyaju goes to the dining room and then she eats. And then when she comes back, that is distributed to devotees. So that's actually the process. There are so many other stories that I won't share now because I really want Prabhuji to please say a few words. Otherwise it will not be any complete at all. Prabhuji, please.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanati Mirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Actually, it's a very wonderful opportunity to be with the holy people in the holy place, to chant holy name of holy personality of Supreme Lord on the day of Radharaman. Who's Radharaman and his devotees? Radharaman, Prabhu. Actually, I just came from Nepal. I was doing my tour and we were in Kaligandaki. I just did mistake. I didn't bring Kaligandaki. I have Kaligandaki river to sprinkle on everyone in Sriji also, Thakurji. But we'll bring it next time when I'll come here. And it's very, very important point that you said that to see Supreme Personality of Godhead, it's not easy. Really not. Because for somebody, it's called Kalakshar Bhais Barabar. Many people, they're coming and they can see the Lord only through the fleshy eyes of this body. Not possible. And we know that Srila Prabhupada. And when you were telling this, we were discussing with Prabhuji just before the class. One Gurukula boy came to me and gave me one picture, which is very important. He drew a picture where one devotee came and opened the curtain of the altar and peeping to see the deity. Like that. And one of the visitors today also did the same thing. Curtain closed and he was trying to see, right? So, and I remember that story. And then in another half of the picture, he drew the same devotee taking the broom and cleaning the floor. And then Krishna opening the curtain and seeing his devotee. So, and he wrote there, don't try to see the Lord. Do something so God can see you. Very important. So, Radharamanji, he didn't appear to somebody just like that as a casual event. It's not happening all the time. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was traveling in South India, when he was staying in the house of Venkata Bhatta, so Gopal Bhatta was the son of Venkata, and he was such a service. And that later on he said, when your parents will leave this world, you have to come to Vrindavan. He didn't tell him to come to Jagannath Puri. And he was following the order of his Supreme Personality of, instructor, Krishna. He was following. And he came to Vrindavan. He was disappointed that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu already left Vrindavan. He was expecting to be with him only. Come and I'll see you. But he didn't see, like Lokanath Goswami, same thing Rupa Goswami. He said, go and be with my two jewels there, Rupa and Sanatana. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave them instruction, go and do something. Don't stay with me in Puri. They could have been stayed, Supreme Personality, staying in this planet. No, please, I want to stay with you. No, do something. Because we have some big mission for the generations to come, because they're going to discuss in Bhaktivedanta Manor. After 500 years, I want to do something for them. So, otherwise nothing will happen. Yadi Gaura na hoita, tabe ki hoita. If there is no this kind of great personalities like, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, like Sanatan Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, where will we be? But he gave them instruction. And they simply, bhalo na bhalo matra seva kori. They just did it. And Srila Prabhupada once he asked this question, what is the most important shloka in all scriptures. And all sannyasis, they told him, Sarva dharman parityaja, atak Sri Krishna namarina bhavid bhakti grahyam indriyai. So many shlokas they told him. Sarva dharman parityaja. No. Prabhupada said, that's very important shlokas, but most important shloka is yasya deve tatha gurau tasyaita kathina hyartah prakashanti mahatmanaha. So those who have unflinching faith in Guru and Krishna, in their instruction, for such a personality, everything will be revealed in due course of time. Prakashanti Mahat, that's Mahatma. And in Chaitanya Charitamrita, in Madhya Lila, 15th chapter, text number 106, Srila Prabhupada explains, those who believe that holy name and Supreme Personality of God are non-different, they're non-different, and they have firm faith in instructions of Guru and Krishna, this instruction. Such a person, even he is neophyte, even he is just newcomer, just recently joined, but if he has this faith that holy name and Krishna are actually non-different, and he has full faith in instructions of Guru, such a devotee to whom he preach and touch, he will make others devotee. He will get the power to make other devotees, and such a person become very attractive to Krishna. And actually, Prabhupada said, if you're very lucky, you can please Krishna in this lifetime. And if Krishna pleased, tadakim. I mean, actually, what is the shloka? Narayanam tadaharim tapasam tatam kim. Aradhanam tadaharim tapasam tatam kim. Naradhanam tadaharim tapasam tatam kim. Those who are worshipping Narayana, then what is the use of doing tapasya? Finished. Pahuch gaya. But if you're not worshipping Narayana, then what is the use of your tapasya? Rahu ganait tapasana yati na chijjaya nirvapanad grihadva na chandasa nirva jalagni surya vina mahat padarajobhishekam. Not by austerities, not by tapasya. Nayamatma balahinena labhya na medhaya na bahunam shrutena. Never you can attract the attention of Krishna until unless padarajobhishekam niskinchananam navrinita yavat. Unless you will take the dust from the feet of Vaishnavas and do abhishekam to yourself, to take instructions. So that's what acharyas like Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he took instructions of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And that's why Krishna manifested and smiled to him. And if somebody smiles to you like Radharaman today, then what happened? Hasam harir avanatakki laloka tibra sokasru sagara vishoshana atyudharam. When Krishna hasam harir, when you can see the smile of Radharaman, Sokasru sagara vishoshanam atyudharam, ocean of tears will dry. That's what we have to pray today. So let his smile and his mercy, prasada lesha nugrihita evahi, his smile will glance upon us. And Krishna Prabhupada said, when you see to the deities and you will see smile of Krishna, your life is perfect. If you happen to see it. Hare Krishna. Kasam Harir, so and even it's visible. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine Namao Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyabhadi Pashatyadishatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Jai Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hari, Patita Pavana, Gaura
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gora Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Gora Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Namaste, Namaste Narasimhaya, Namaste Narasimhaya, Prahlada Lada Daine, Prahlada Lada Daine, Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha, Shilatankanakalaye, Ito Nrisingha Parato Nrisingha, Ito Nrisingha Parato Nrisingho, Yato Yato Yamitato Nrisingha, Bahir Nrisingho Hridaye Nrisingho, Bahir Nrisingho Hridaye Nrisingho, Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade, Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade, Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Sringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare. Avakara Kamalavare Nakam Kara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Sringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare Tava Kara Kamala Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshava Sita Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jai Prahlada Maharaj Jai Prahlada Maharaj Jai Prahlad Maharaj Jai Prahlad Maharaj Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vivo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Jaya Radha Gokulananda Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Jai Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Nitai Gora Haribo Haribo Haribo, Gora Haribo. Dai Gora Premanande.
Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ke, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ke, Shri Golitai Giri Govardhan ke, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Sankirtan Mahayagya ke, Hare Krishna Mahamantra ke, Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Bhakti Vishal ke, Jai Gaur Premanande. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the lotus feet of Shri Guru and Guru. Oh, glories to Prabhupada. Jai Shri Prabhupada.